Good morning and welcome to the Aquarium of the Pacific's 16th Annual Native American Festival, Moompetam, Gathering of the Saltwater People. We are broadcasting live from the aquarium today, so this is an all-new way for us to present this event, but this is still Moompetam. This is a gathering, a celebration, so by joining us here today, you are helping us keep it going, and we really thank you because it is really important to us at the aquarium to continue involving cultural communities in our mission, which is taking care of the ocean, and our vision, which is doing that through our connections with people. And for the indigenous coastal people of California, connection with the ocean and nature has been a way of life since long before the aquarium was here. So we are in for a real treat today as we get to meet some of these people and learn from experiencing their traditions. So let's get started. It is my honor to introduce to you our festival MC, award-winning educator and storyteller, Jacque Nuñez.
Thank you so much, and hello everyone. I'm so excited to be here to be your MC. And what I hold in my hand is an abalone shell that was in ceremony this morning. As I woke up where my home is, by Newport Beach, I lifted it up and I burned the sage and I asked the Creator to guide us because we've never done a virtual Moompetam. And so I think everything's going to go well. Oh my goodness, 16th annual. And you're going to have so many wonderful people here. We're going to have, of course, I'm a Acjachemen, and we're going to have the Costanoans, the Tongva, the Chumash, Luiseno, and the Kumeyaay. You know, people are often wondering, what does Moompetam mean? Well, it means people of the saltwater. And to us as Native Americans, this event means that we are partnering with a great entity that is showing us great respect. You know, we've been invisible for a long time, and even today we are. But when we come here, we're so visible. The doors open, and the people see us, and they see the beauty of who we are. And probably the greatest lesson that we can say is our people are beautiful, but so are yours. And there's some other beautiful people around here too. They're ambassadors, they're animal ambassadors. And we have a staff member, Gabriel, who brought a very special animal. And I'm looking at him right now. We have to keep our distance, but I just want to get over there and touch that little guy. But would you tell us about that? And when he's done, I'm going to tell you a story, how we talk about the tortoise in our stories. Gary, share.
That's perfect. Hi, Jacque.
Hi.
I'd like you to meet Borrego.
Like Anza Borrego.
That's Borrego, yes. And she is a California desert tortoise. Mm-hmm. So they're native to this area.
Yes.
But you're very, very lucky if you actually see one of them because their numbers declined very rapidly a while ago, like in the 60s. And part of that is because, you know, people just didn't know any better. And sometimes when we don't know anything, we can make mistakes that have a direct impact on the animals that live in the environment and the environment itself. So a long time ago, people thought that maybe it would be cool to have a tortoise as a pet. So they were collecting them out there in the desert. But they really didn't know how to take care of them. If you think about dogs and cats and rabbits, they've been around forever with people in their houses. But tortoises, a lot of the vets didn't know that much about the tortoise yet. So one of the things that they were making as a mistake, they didn't realize that the tortoise can actually feel from their shell. The shell is part of their body. It's not like that cartoon where they just come crawling out of their shell like a hermit crab. It's a part of their spine. So when I'm touching Borrego can feel that. And what they were doing is they said, well, if they dig out of your garden, you can drill a hole in their shell and attach them to a cord. And that way it'll stay in your backyard. That's, again, it was just because they didn't know any better. So as you get educated, that's why something like the Aquarium of the Pacific is so important, and it's so great that you guys support us and come to our place because we can reach out and let people know, hey, the desert tortoise actually provides a very important role out there in the desert that you may not even think about unless you actually go out into the environment and explore your world and see what's going on. For example, the desert tortoise is a very good digger. Great at digging holes.
Right.
And there's animals that like to live in those holes, like the burrowing owl, which is a very cute, little tiny little owl. And he can't dig for himself, but he still needs to find a place to hide from the sun. No trees, so he goes underground. And guess who makes a little house for them so he can go
Oh, they
underground?
work together.
The desert tortoise, yeah.
Yeah.
So when we see a desert tortoise out there, what are we going to do? Leave it alone. It's got a job to do out there. Exactly.
Yes.
So a lot of times what happens is somebody very lucky finds a little baby tortoise walking in the desert. It's only about this big, and they're like, oh, little baby, I got to take care of that. So they pick it up and they take it home. The desert tortoise was doing just fine being a baby out there in the desert. They've been taking care of themselves a long time. So we really recommend, too, if you're thinking about getting a pet that you're not familiar with, really educate yourself. Because sometimes what happens, you can go to fairs. I'm going to give her a flower. She started to look like she wanted something to eat.
Oh, and they love flowers, eh?
She loves flowers, yeah.
To eat.
So you go to fairs or sometimes even pet stores. They'll have these little tiny tortoises that are for sale. And people think, I would love to bring that home, not realizing that in a couple years, it's going to be 50 pounds.
Oh, yes.
And it can live 50 years.
Ooh.
So once they get really big, everybody wants a baby tortoise. Nobody really can find a home for a big one. So they end up, like Borrego, we end up taking care of them so they have a place to live. So we really recommend do your research before you bring any animal that you're not familiar with into your house. And besides, keep in mind, there's a lot of dogs and cats that need to be adopted.
Oh, that's right.
So you're doing a great service to them, too.
Well, Gary, you just really gave us a wealth of information. And, I see that he's liking that flower. And I'm going to thank you so much for coming today, and keep doing what you're doing. You're a great staff member. And thank you, Mr. Ambassador Tortoise, for visiting us today.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome. So, our people, every animal was important. And the tortoise was an important animal as well. We would use the shell as a rattle. And we would eat, the tortoise when we would, sometimes gather them. But this particular story includes a tortoise. And so I'm going to tell you a story that is about a lot of animals. A long time ago, in the village of Acjachemen, there lived all the animals. You see, the animals were here on earth before people. And there was night and there was day. During the day, all the animals loved the day. But at night, no one loved the nighttime because there wasn't a moon and there wasn't a sun. There was the sun, but there was no moon yet. There was no stars yet. And so at night, it was so dark. Why, all the animals struggled to find their place to sleep. Why, even the bear would go around. I stubbed my paw again. And the tortoise, it was the tortoise. She'd go around looking for her little spot, and she could never see her little spot that she needed to dig for. And she would fall off of the cliff, and she would roll. And she would roll and roll, and she ended up on the back screaming, "Help me, please, somebody. Turn me over." They'd turn her over, and she'd crawl around and dig and burrow. While all the animals got tired of that nighttime, and they wanted the eagle, who was great and mighty, and he was most respected, for them to go to the sun and ask the sun for some light for the nighttime. You know what those things are called, stars. And so they went to the eagle and they said, "Eagle, you must go to brother sun, Temet, and you must ask him for some of that light." And the eagle said, I shall consider it done. And so eagle, during the day, flew up and flew up and flew very, very close to the light, the sun, and said, "Brother sun, you have so much light. Can you give us some for at night?" And Temet looked at eagle and said, I shall consider it done. And so eagle got his wing and grabbed some and put it in his satchel. And he grabbed some and put it in his satchel. If you're out there listening, grab some and put it in your satchel. And when he came down to all the animals, he said, "Now, tonight, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to use some of that light. And I am going to decorate the stars with little pieces of light." And all the animals were excited. Nighttime came and he flew and he flew and he flew. And when he got way up there, He reached into the satchel and helped me out, boys and girls. He went like this. And pretty soon, there was an image up in the sky, and it looked like an animal. What animal do you think it was? It was the bear. And the bear looked up and he said, "Ha ha, I like it. I like it a lot." But there was somebody who didn't like it, and it was Coyote. Coyote looked up and said, "Oh, I have to put him up in the sky with his big old belly and his big old bottom. Well, I would surely be such a much better picture in the sky than him." The next night, Eagle went again, and he flew, and he flew, and he flew, and when he got up there, he did it again. Boys and girls, help me out. Go like this. And he reached some more, and we now know those are called constellations. But there was another picture up in the sky. What was it? No, it wasn't the tortoise. It was the eagle. And the eagle looked up and he said, "Ha ha, I like it. I like it a lot." But there was someone who didn't like it. And it was who? Coyote. Coyote looked up and said, "Oh, had to put himself up there with his big old beak and his feathers. Ha! Who likes feathers anyway?" And that night, Coyote decided he was going to play one of his little tricks. And when all of the animals were asleep, that included the tortoise, that included all the little animals, he decided that he was going to grab that satchel and he was going to run up the tallest mountain, and with his nose, he was going to put some little lights that would make him be in the sky. So, help me out if you're out there. They ran like this. Come on. Come on. Run, 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 run. Come on, run as fast as you can. And at the count of 3, I want you to clap your hands. 1, 2, 3. And he fell. And he rolled down. And the satchel opened up. And there was little bitty lights all over the sky. And all the animals woke up and they went, "Coyote, you ruined everything." And Coyote looked up. And he realized that he had, and he began to cry. And he ran out of the village. But there was a little teeny dragonfly that looked up, and he could see the bear, and he could see the eagle. And Coyote didn't ruin the sky at all. And in his little voice, he said, "Coyote, come back." And Tortoise said, "Coyote, come back." And the animals said, "Coyote, come back." But Coyote never came back. And you know, he's been howling ever since. And at the count of 3, if you're out there watching, I want you to give me your best coyote howl. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hey, that was pretty good. Well, in my language, we say ombalof, which means thank you. And so now, in a few minutes at 10:45, we're going to have another, I believe it's going to be our Ohlone dancers. And it's going to be special. And if you look on the TV, there's a whole list of the things that we're going to do today. I'm so happy to be here, and I hope you are too. So join us and come back at 10:45. And in my language, we say, "Ama." Goodbye. Welcome back to the Aquarium of the Pacific's live streaming presentation of the 16th annual Moompetam Gathering of the Saltwater People. Today we're celebrating California's indigenous maritime cultures, including the Tongva, the Chumash, Acjachemen, Costanoan, Luiseno, and the Kumeyaay. Now I want to give a shout out to Tony Cerda. Tony, I hope you're watching. We miss you. We know that you've coordinated this for 30 years, and now your granddaughters, Carla and Desiree, will do a fantastic job as they lead the Costanoan Rumsen Carmel tribe.
Mrs. Stu, We are the Humaya singers and dancers. We are the Costanoan Rumsen Carmel tribe. We represent the Ohlone, which is the central coast of California. And today we bring our dances to you in our regalia, representing our land, the animals, and the environment around us. Oh!
Oh!
The next song that we sing is to honor the life givers, the women. So the next song that we honor is for the trees that give us so much. They give us wood for our homes, lumber for our fire, but the most important thing that they do is they take all the pollutants that we put into the air and they take them down to our mother so that she may spring up oxygen so we may all breathe. So we thank those trees with this song for the acorn tree, which is the most celebrated of our people. So now we're going to sing a song that honors the water. And we want to ask you at home if you could stand up and join hands with each other and represent the water as we pray to the water that's so important to this planet. It's so important that we need it to cook with, to drink with, but we're also born inside of it and we're made up of water. So we honor that water and we do it with this dance. So if you're at home with us, join in, stand up and represent this water. And you're going to see the waves of the ocean crashing into the shore.
Awesha, 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 Shanaya, 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 Noah, awesha, 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 Shanaya.
next song that we're going to sing is to honor the Carmel River, the water in which that we come from, because a lot of indigenous communities identify themselves as the water in which they come from. So this is the Carmel River song, the main water source to our people.
Natunan situ tamahaya patutan situ moe. Natunan situ tamahaya patutan situ moe. Ika mahea waka mahaya ne yane. Ika mahea waka mahaya ne. Ika mahea waka mahaya ne. Ika mahea waka mahaya. Ika mahea waka mahaya ne yane. Ika mahea waka mahaya ne. Ika mahea waka mahaya ne. Ika mahea waka mahaya. Oh.
So our final song that we're going to sing and leave you with is to take all of our prayers up to the Creator with this eagle song.
Take 'em home, Sam.
So I'm just giving Carla and Desiree an elbow because we're virtual and we can't touch each other. And you notice that this was a family, so they got to be closer together. But we are keeping our distance and we're keeping our mask because it's so important. And we miss all of you because if you were here and we were doing it face to face, there'd be a lot of hugs going on. So I'm giving you a virtual hug. I hope you can catch it. In a few minutes, well, not in a few minutes, actually, it's going to be at 11:30. We're going to have a very special speaker, and her name is Julia Bogany, and she's a Tongva soapstone demonstrator. She comes every year. She does a fantastic job, and many of you have one of those necklaces, because when you came, you made one, and you took it home. And I've met children years later that says, I still have my soapstone necklace. Oh, some of those things are so important. And if you have seen my cultural table, you see that I have brought a lot of things so that you can see how we integrate the life that we live. Like, who would think that we would take a shell like this and with the asphaltum we would make a beautiful rattle. But that's what we did. We integrated our life with what was out there. So you're going to see so much today. Don't run away and don't go far because we're going to have Julia and we're also going to have some more storytelling and dancing because remember, you are looking live streaming at the 16th annual Moompetam gathering of the saltwater people. Now, I kind of think when I go like this, I want you to know that I'm smiling because I am smiling under this mask. I'm so excited to be here, and I hope you're excited to join us too. So we'll see you back in a little bit. Miu, boys and girls and adults. I hope everybody who's watching, you've been here for a little while and you've seen the wonderful presentations that we've already have. I want to welcome you back to the Aquarium of the Pacific's live streaming presentation of the 16th annual Moompetam, but it's the first virtual, so we got to remember that as well. Moompetam means the gathering of the saltwater people. So today we're celebrating California's indigenous maritime cultures, including the Tongva, the Chumash, Acjachemen, Costanoan, Luiseno, and the Kumeyaay. And now we have a super special treat for you because Miss Julia Bogany is here from the Tongva Nation. She is everywhere. She's at preschools and colleges, and she's done so many things for our people. Because when she does something for the Tongva, she does it for the Acjachemen too. She does it for everyone, and everyone loves Julia. Julia, I am so proud of all the work that you've done, and I know you're here to show us a lot of things about soapstone carving. So what do you have here, and tell us all about it.
I have stories about the soapstone and how we traded and what we traded for. Maps, curriculum, anything we'd like to know about
Well, show us a
soapstone.
little something. What do you have on that plate there? Now, that looks like a small piece of soapstone, correct?
Yes, so when I do the Moompetam here, every year I do these little squares that we make like a bead for a necklace with students, and so they like to do that. It's exciting. I show them how we did trade 6 beads for 1 shell or 1 piece of soapstone, and it kind of teaches them the trade. So I tell them when they try to put more beads on it that it's only 6. Next year you come and you add 6 more.
And then were the beads soapstone beads?
The beads, no.
Or shell beads?
We traded, this is always my trick question, what did we trade for 6 glass beads? And I'll give you a hint, they were blue. But what shade of blue do you think they were?
Cobalt?
Yes, you got it on the first one.
Yeah.
But they give me every shade of blue under the sky.
Beautiful. Now, where would we get the cobalt beads?
From the Russians.
Oh, okay.
So
I
we
get it.
traded the soapstone with the Russians.
But before that, we also had the shell beads
Yes.
that we traded for, didn't we? Yes.
Right, and we have soapstone beads also. So I brought a necklace today that is showing the soapstone beads that we made.
Now, I heard that's very special because somebody made that for you, or a lot of people made it for you.
Yes, a group of students during the summer program got together and made, it was, the summer program falls during my birthday, so they made me soapstone beads. I was so thrilled, they all came out the same color. Because as I teach the students, depending what part of the mind the soapstone is in, that you grab it from, is the color of the soapstone. So if the sun is hitting it, it's going to be grayer because it's getting the environment. But if it's gold inside the mind, then it's going to be kind of a goldish color. And we'll see that after I finish this product. You can see the soapstone on my table is different colors. So I guess I could start off by naming what these are so everybody knows. We have a whale here. This is my favorite. It's a seal that my cousin made for me for the aquarium every year. We have a mat that we sit out here, and so we sit these on a mat. So this is a tiat. So this is how we travel across the ocean to the mainland.
Now, Julia, are these all of the way that I learned it, that they're effigies? They
Yes,
are like
these
good
are
luck
effigies.
charms that we hold, correct?
So right, so the special one is when we found a lot of our ancestors, they have these little pelicans. And I said, what does that pelican mean? And one of my cousins told me, oh, they were good fishermen. But I found in reading Boscana's book that at age 6, we had a ceremony, and it's like your guardian angel. So everybody doesn't have a pelican. Some people have little bears, a little coyote, but a lot of people have pelicans. So, and it's
Now, some of the bones of the pelican or some of the other, coastal animals were made into whistles, correct?
yes, whistles and hair pins,
Yes.
and just all kinds of things. So this is a arrow straightener, and so this is the one that I made. So I thought, I wondered if they ever ran out of arrows while they were out there hunting. So I put a hose in it so you could turn it into a necklace in case you ran out of. So it's a more modern arrow straightener, but it's still an arrow straightener.
Well, and also that arrow straightener, you would have to warm the soapstone up and then push the arrow through it to straighten it.
Right, to straighten it. But so soapstone maintains 200 degrees of heat.
Ooh.
So when we heat it up, it stays hot, right? And sometimes when you're working like with pieces like this, your hands might get hot because it makes heat. But we would heat it up in order to, and so you don't find a whole lot of things made out of soapstone. Here in Catalina, you see things in people's windows, but it starts off like this, right? In large stones or larger. And so this little pelican came out of a piece of soapstone that was this big, right? So this is not the kind of thing I make, because I only know how to trace and color inside the line. It's like this. So with high school and maybe some middle school students and adults, I just trace a little bear for healing, because bears are healing to us. And they make these little bear necklaces, and students like to do that. But it's like, to make something like this, you really have to be a carver. So this is the first year I was here, 16 years ago, that there was some soapstone in my car that I had picked up at a museum, and I said, there's some soapstone in my car. So he went and got it in this big rock, and I said, okay, here, now I want you to make me a pelican. And one of my other cousins says, is he a carver? I said, no, but I just told him to be. And so it's how I had drawn our younger generations to become who they're supposed to be within the tribe, is that you tell them, this is your job. I want you to, so he went to several museums to see what it looked like and made me the first pelican, and his nose broke that day. So I said, oh, I'll just glue it. He said, no, I want to make you one that's right. So this one's 16 years old now.
So in essence, I still do it today as a teacher, but when you call out that character in a child, they'll own it and
Yes.
be it. You know, so when you say, you're going to be the soapstone carver, they own that, and then they take it on with great pride, huh?
Right. So today, so that's the way we would have done it. Our elders would have called out the children and said, this is your gift, and this is what you're supposed to do. So we didn't have no problem out of teenagers, right? But today, I listen to the stories that people tell me of their childhood. So one of my cousins said he painted when his teacher told him he was a great painter at age 8. And I told him, then why are you not painting? And now he's 65. And he just won an award for painting this gorgeous picture of the Anza Trail. But I challenged him. You know, I said, here, there's this job, I need you to paint this. And you decide what it looks like. And he got an award. He was so happy. He calls me from Sacramento. And he says, I won an award. And it's empowering to our youth, right? Of course, he's an advanced youth, what we call advanced youth. But it was great.
How beautiful that he used that gift.
Yes.
Now, what did he paint again? Because I couldn't hear that.
It's a picture of the Anza Trail.
Anza Trail.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, one part of town, right? So he got commissioned to do 5.
Wonderful.
So, but, so then this is a cogstone. And so I asked students, so what do they look like? If I put them together, what do they look like? What do you think, Jackie?
Gears.
Gears. Are they gears? So there's always this question about what are they? So you see this hole in the center, and I don't have, so I'm going to put this as my tool. I'm going to put it here, and I'm coming across in that T-out, and maybe it gets dark out there. It's daylight, and the sun's hitting it right in the daytime. So you're not going to be traveling at night, right, if you don't know your way. How do we get across this large ocean?
Right.
The sun is hitting it, so it's a compass. And it's where the sun hits it, right where the shade comes from the center part. And then sometimes it's used to rope in, if you had to rope something up together and you put it in a rope. you can twine your rope on it.
Well, Julia, that cogstone is possibly the most curious finding of all anthropologists because we really don't have an answer. No one really knows for sure. But those are great things that I hadn't heard. A compass, but everybody, there's hundreds of anthropologists that have studied that, and we still can't put our finger on exactly what it is, right?
Well, let me tell you, I did a study on them, and this cogstone has no hole, right? So this one's made out of soapstone, of course, for my demonstrations. But the Pueblo Indians, women, played like a hockey game.
Yes.
And I thought, boy, if they're hitting themselves with that rock, it hurts, right? Well, guess what they use? You know that cactus that grows straight out?
Yes.
They sliced it, and it gets a little hard, right? And that's what they used for the game. So the Chumash and the Tongva were looking at those, and they tried to do it out of regular stones. And they said, it takes a long time. So that's how they started making them out of soapstone.
Watching a tribal cousin from afar.
Right. It's just a game piece to them. So I'm gonna show how I do here at the aquarium, how I make this little necklace piece. So this is a little square of soapstone. And this is a little sand piece of sandpaper. You can use a little emery board and not my little fancy tool. I use the tool for like a bear like this, but I'm not going to use this for a child. I would use the emery board. It works the same. A bobby pin works the same. It's soft. And some of my teachers that I work with will use ivory soap. And I'll go to their class to speak, and they have all these soapstone projects they've done out of soap.
Now, I would like to mention that she should go ahead and start standing, but I would like to mention that in the ancient times, we used shark skin. Shark skin is exactly like sandpaper. That was one of the items that were traded. And so today, and if any of our listeners want to make a soapstone little bead, and you're using the sandpaper, think in your mind, I'm really using shark skin. And it has some kind of a special, memory for, especially the boys, they love that, and the girls do too. But when you she's going to put something on it right now, and
Right.
we didn't have olive oil. What types of things did we have instead, Julia?
Our skin would have changed the color because we're wearing it. It's a necklace, right? So our skin would have changed the color in time. We weren't too worried about it, right? But today, we're in the microwave age. So today I use olive oil because it's closest to our skin. And then the children just rub it on here, go all the way around, and then they see magic. See how it turned golden? It's kind of a golden color. And they love that, right? It's all about teaching people a culture and teaching the value of it. Because I do have a book that I have, a story of Tongva gold. I have a story of Catalina. And I have the map with all the places you find soapstone at. And also I have the standard. So teachers take pictures of it when they're here.
Can you tell us your website? Because there might be some teachers out there that would like to have a virtual classroom demonstration like this. So what is it again, Julia?
So my website is tobevisible.org.
tobevisible.com?
.org.
Tobevisible.org. Tobevisible.org. Beautiful.
And so I'm putting 3 beads on each side, right? Because when you have like hundreds of children that come to Moompetam, you're trying to conserve. So I did this as a trading, that we traded 6 beads for 1 stone. And then I just tie it around, and now they have this real cute little necklace, and they love it. Some students tell me they made one every single year they come to Moompetam.
So they have 15 necklaces, or they would have about that many.
So so this bear, they do the same thing with as they're older, they don't need the beads. They just kind of want to wear it, the bear, right? And the older teenagers that make them here also just want to wear, don't really need the beads.
So soapstones were also used as bowls. We had bigger ones, and so then those were used in ceremony, the bowls.
Also, we made pots. So at first we would heat up the soapstone and use a willow stick to kind of move the stone around. So I always say we're the first ones who had stone soup. Right? So we had stone soup because it heated up. You're not going to, all we had were baskets. We didn't have pots. But then we started making pots and learning how to cook in the pot of soapstone. Right. So we still had the stone behind the soup, right?
Wonderful. Well, you know, this is a very significant, not only did your people use the soapstone, my people, the Acjachemen, I know that, you know, the Chumash, of course, were soapstone carvers as well. Right. And so I think we all touched that. And with her people, they call it Tongva gold. But for us as well, as the Acjachemen, we traded for that. We used that. We had effigies just like that. So when we come together as the saltwater people, we begin to see what is the same and what's a little different. Right. Our languages were different, the Tongva and the Acjachemen, because you had a different language base. But look how we're similar. We both have our basket hats. She would be wearing the same thing that I'm wearing, which is a willow skirt. We always had an apron in the back because we sat to do the grinding of the acorns. And we wore lots of beautiful necklaces. So there's that similarity that for her people and my people. And we also intermarried. Her people also intermarried and my people. So sometimes when people are tracing their lineage, they find out they're a little bit Tongva, a little bit of Acjachemen. And I've had somebody said, and I'm also, you know, Costanoan. So there was that trade not only of things, but sometimes, you know, as we got together, we would have songs and sing songs, and sometimes that's where the connection of marriage came in as well, you know, where we gathered together for some of our ceremonies. Whoa, that was a great learning lesson. Well, and we want to remember that again, to be visible. ToBeVisible.org. And mine is Journeys to the Past at journeys-to-the-past.com. So we both are educators, and we both can do virtual teaching. Well.
Thank you.
Perfect. We're so glad that you came. Thank you so much, Julia. Well, we're still going to continue our streaming today. Our next actual visit is going to come from someone special. It is the Aquarium live animal presentation. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we do have a live animal presentation. And then we have also Deborah Sanchez, who will tell a story. Lots of things that are going on with our live streaming. So go get your cup of coffee and then come on back, because at 12:15 we'll continue on with our live streaming. Are we good? And, you know, I can't see you smiling, and you can't see us smiling. But, Julia, are you smiling?
Yes.
Yeah, she's smiling, and I'm smiling. So this is kind of how, yay, okay, I'm having a good time. We hope you are, too. We'll see you back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
welcome back. Oh my goodness, some of you have been with us since this morning, and thank you. And I hope you have your nice little cup of coffee, because we have something you're going to want to sit and enjoy, because today you have just entered our 16th annual celebration of Moompetam. It's the gathering of the saltwater people. And today we are celebrating California's indigenous maritime cultures, including Tongva, Chumash, Acjachemen, Costanoan, Luiseno, and Kumeyaay. And today we have a very special treat, because Amanda Torres is here she's an animal caretaker right here at the aquarium, and she's going to tell us about a very special creature. And then we're also going to hear some stories from the most wonderful storyteller, Deborah Sanchez. But right now, I'm looking over at you, Amanda, and I know everybody else is too. And what beautiful bird is that? And tell us all about it.
Thanks, Jackie. This is Evelyn, and Evelyn is one of our rainbow lorikeets here at the Aquarium of the Pacific. She is one of our special rainbow lorikeets because she's actually our animal ambassador. We have an aviary of about 100 that fly around, and guests can feed them nectar, just a little bit different than I am. But she's one of our animal ambassadors, so she gets to come meet people instead of hang out inside lorikeet forest, because she was born blind here. So she is just a little bit different. You might see her reaching out for her little flower because she's thinking it's somewhere nearby, but we're spacing it out during this. But she's looking and eating out of this flower. Now, the reason we have this little prop flower is because they eat nectar. Ooh. So they look like a little parrot, but instead of eating seeds and nuts and fruits, they actually eat nectar and soft fruits. They don't really eat any of the hard stuff. They eat all the soft, sweet things. So they have kind of a sweet beak.
Can we say that name again? Because I know some of the children that are watching, and they might want to, Google that again. So say it nice and slow, because I didn't quite catch it. Say it again.
She's a rainbow lorikeet.
Rainbow lorikeet.
Yes. So just kind of like a parakeet, but a lorikeet means that they eat nectar instead.
That's so cool.
Now, the way they're able to eat nectar is with their really cool tongue. So she's actually sticking her tongue right into the center of the syringe here. Whoop, goes in and out. Right into the center of the syringe, and she's able to get every last little drop because she has a really cool adaptation that are little bristles on the end of her tongue, just like a paintbrush. So guests will see that when they feed the lorikeets through that cup, because they get every little last drop out of that cup.
Now, are they all as colorful as that, or do they come in different
They
colors?
are all very colorful. We have different subspecies, though. So the different subspecies have slight color variations. So if you look kind of on her chest color there, she has orange and yellow. So that makes her a Swainson's lorikeet. That's the subspecies, kind of like different breeds of dogs.
Yes.
So then we have some that have black and red stripes, and those are green-naped lorikeets. And then we have some that are all yellow, and those are called Edwards lorikeets. So there's a lot of different species or subspecies of rainbow lorikeets, and we have 3 of them here at the aquarium.
Wonderful. Now, is that their actual size, or do they get bigger?
Yeah, this is their actual size. They're full size. Evelyn here is about 13 years old, so she's all done growing. By the time they're about 3 months old, they get really close to full size. So it's hard to tell their age just by looking at them. They'll live to be up to about 20. Some of them live even longer than that. We have one here at the aquarium that's, I think, about 26 now. So they'll live nice, full lives as little parrots, or little lorikeets.
They're just beautiful. I love all the color.
I agree. They make really fun sounds, too. They're very social birds. So you might hear her make a sound if she has to wait long enough for her food. We'll see. Whoop. Easy in and out. But they'll make different sounds where they communicate with each other, and they're these really high-pitched chirps. And so they're able to tell the different animals in their flock if there's danger nearby, or if there's food over here, or if, maybe this is my area, stay away from it. So all sorts of different communication sounds come from them.
I love that about nature. We all have our little gifts. Well, when I look at her and I see that's gray, now do they all similarly have the gray, but then the change is here in the chest area?
So they have the blue head, they have the green bodies. The gray are just some of her down feathers sticking out. So the down feathers are the really fuzzy feathers that keep her warm underneath all the color feathers.
Perfect. I see she likes her little stick, but have you ever held her on your finger?
I have held her on my finger, but because she's blind, she doesn't really know exactly what I am, and she uses her beak to navigate a lot. So it can confuse her a little bit if she's on a finger as opposed to the stick she's really familiar with. And so what she's eating right now is a smoothie that we make for her. And it has some nectar in it, but also a lot of apples and bananas and grapes.
Sounds like something I'd like to have for breakfast.
But she's probably ready to go finish this up with her brother, who she hangs out with.
Well, Amanda, we're so happy that you stopped by to share, and we got to learn about the lorikeet. Am I saying it right? The rainbow
lorikeet.
Lorikeet. We learn something every day, don't we, boys and girls? Well, thank you so much. And in my language, we say ama, which means goodbye. I don't want to have you leave because I'd like to stare at that little thing forever.
Oh, that's beautiful.
But we have someone special over there.
Yes.
And we want the kids to meet her, too. Thank you, Amanda.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me today.
All right there, lady. How are you? Oh, my goodness. She's one of my very special people. And we're going to kind of give ourselves a little air elbow there. This is Deborah Sanchez. She is from the Chumash nation. Normally, she has her whole family here. Her family is like the special family that we just all fall in love with. And they're not here today, so we need to have a shout out to John and to Georgiana. Yeah. Sarah, come on, say some names out there. Who else should we have?
Aunt Sue, Uncle Ray.
Yes.
Bonnie.
We miss you all. We wish that you could be here, but we're grateful that you're here, Georgia. Now, that's your mother, Georgiana. This is Deborah. But she normally is in the court. I'm so proud of her because she is the first Native American judge in Los Angeles. And for that, we're so proud of you, Deborah. You're so busy. We're so proud of you. But here, you're educating us and sharing stories. So please take it away and let's all just embrace the beauty of who she is.
Oh, thank you. Aku kichichanti ke kikiki shakswalel kuko kakti smoe chuela sanchi kakti ingles. Kapanishumalo kiswahili nakalamo hilimu. Kesati iapio hi chuchu. Hi, I'm Deborah Sanchez. My name is Chumash. She loves the people, and we're going to talk about birds today. And I also want to say that I was the first woman in Los Angeles County, but Judge Gilbert Lopez is also sitting on the bench in Los Angeles, and there were another judge before us as well, another man. All right, so the first thing I want to say about the lorikeets. I was in Australia in 2013. I went to Aboriginal community there, and we were there for an indigenous law conference. And we went to a sanctuary or a conservancy where there were kangaroos and wombats and the lorikeets. And what I loved about the lorikeets, and one of the reasons I really wanted to do this along with the lorikeet presentation, is because when it was time for them to come and eat the nectar, they flew from all around, and they came in pairs. And they sat together on branches, hundreds and hundreds of them. And so what I really loved about that they were together. And I was thinking that through this pandemic, how important it is for us to have our connections in any way that we can have them, whether it be families or friends or on Zoom, but it was important for companionship. So I just wanted to say that about the lorikeets. Now, birds have been a very significant impact in our world. In the indigenous world, there are so many stories about how they have helped us navigate this world. One of the stories talks about how we were all in darkness. We were in darkness for a long, long time. And the cloak of darkness that was above us, the people wanted light. They wanted to be able to see better. They were bumping into each other. They couldn't find things. And so they decided, how can we bring light in this darkness? So one of the things they prayed, and then when they went out Creator told them to gather the birds and put them in baskets. And they were all to meet at a specific time. And so the birds came. The birds came in baskets. The people gathered them up. And at the designated time, they all met together. And finally, the birds were released. And they went up into the sky. And their little beaks poked holes in the dark cloak. And they made the stars in the sky. And the bird with the biggest beak took a little cut and made that into the crescent moon. So one of the things about this story is how important birds are to us, as all the animals are. And there's a song that talks about the wonder of the stars. And I think back to that story about how the birds poked holes in the dark cloak to make stars for us. Sahimai hilsuku, alewil holawai, iku awihi lakakiwo. Sinuhi milimo, sinuhi malon, sinuhi alaplish ke alewa. Ikutiwon, ikutiwon. Oh, oh, black is the night, there is no moon, but there are lots of stars. They dance in the north, they dance in the south, they dance in the east and west. Look at them, look at them. Oh, 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 oh. Sahimai hil suku, alewil holawai, iku awil lakakiwo. Sinuhi milimo, sinuhi malon, sinuhi alaplish ke alewa. Ikutiwun, ikutiwun, oh, oh, oh. Now, birds have such a big part of our life. There are birds that help to protect the world, such as the powerful eagle. There's a condor that brings his medicine. My grandfather was born in 1897, and when he was born at a time when they still rode horses when they were young. And so when they were riding a horse and a condor landed right next to him, he said the wingspan was as long as the horse. And that's the power and beauty also of birds. Now, one of the other things our people talk about is how we all spoke the same language long, long ago. And that doesn't mean that we all spoke Smuich or Chumash or Acjachemen or Spanish or English. What it means is that we all understood each other. We knew how to be together. We knew how to be with one another. And that's something that I think about with this song, because it says at one time our languages were together, that we understood each other, that we knew the same language. But it also, at the same time, tells us or reminds us that we've forgotten that. And I think the important part about all of our relatives, whether they be winged or the four-legged or the creepy crawlers, any of our relatives that have been created along with people, it's very important to remember we're not in here, we're not on this earth alone. And we have to consider all of the other relatives, because most of the destruction that has happened, and many species have died, are extinct now, and it's been man-made. And the thing that can change the world is really first the thought, the philosophy. How do we see the world? Do we recognize that we're not here alone? That all things have a right to live? And we have that responsibility as human beings. And so here's the final song I would like to leave you with. It means that once upon a time, we all spoke the same language. Once upon a time, we all spoke the same language. Sahipaka, sahipaka, liahi helkuku, pakahi siaklu, kiti pawilwash, hisiaklu, hisiaklu, sahipaka, sahipaka, liahi helkuku, pakahi siaklu, kiti pawilwash, hisiaklu, hisiaklu. Kakinaling.
A beautiful song. And you know, when you were talking about we all spoke the same language, you know what kept coming through my head? We spoke the language of love, respect, dignity, celebration. That is a language that we need to get back to.
Yes.
Because one of the things I think of is when I go to the schools, I tell them, we're teaching you about our culture, but each and every one of you come from a family that's worthy to be celebrated. So one of the things I tell the kids, and we're just going to do it right now,
Okay.
I want everyone to say, I promise to learn 5 wonderful things about me and my family. And when you find out those wonderful things, I want you to hold them in your heart and celebrate them. But remember to celebrate your neighbor's 5 wonderful things too. And as a judge, I'm sure that if we could do that, we'd be creating a great community. Don't you think?
I believe it with all my heart.
And you know, I'm smiling. She's smiling too, but those eyes are smiling. Thank you, Deborah. We love you, and we love all the family that isn't here today. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. We are having a great time. We're going to have you come back. Let's see. The next thing that we're going to do is the Gabrieleño Tongva dance. That's coming at 1:45. And you're going to love that. That's Kevin Nuñez. He's not related to me, but he is part of the Tongva family. And I love Kevin, and he's going to do some dance with, I think might be war dance of some sort. Is it? No? He's going to, he's really going to, the paddling, the boat, yeah. You're going to see that dance. It's going to be beautiful. In the meantime, we thank you for joining us, for hanging in there, and we'll see you again at 1:45. Bye, Deborah. Me, you. Oh. Well, this is not only the 16th 16th annual Moompetam, but it's our first virtual. And there are some errors sometimes. And we are coming back at 1 o'clock, not at 1:45. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to have the Chumash cultural demonstration with Oscar Ortiz. He is wonderful. So 1 o'clock, if you want the children to come and see that cultural presentation, come then. And then at 1:45, we'll have another. And it keeps going until 3:15, and you must come back for that, because we are honoring a great leader in our community, Dr. Stan Rodriguez. So just get a cup of coffee, tea, Coke, and sit down and spend the day with us, okay? In my language, we say, ama. That means goodbye, but not for long, because we'll be back at 1 o'clock. welcome back. Isn't it been a great day? I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. I've been face to face and you've been heart to heart, because when we're doing it virtually, we're just hoping that you kind of catch our heart and know that we're here because we just love what we're doing, and we want you to love what we're doing too. Welcome back to the 16th annual Moompetam, Gathering of the Saltwater People. Today has been our opportunity to partner together with the Aquarium of the Pacific as we celebrate the indigenous maritime cultures, including the Tongva, the Chumash, Acjachemen, Costanoan, Luiseno, and the Kumeyaay. And today I have the awesome privilege of introducing, he's the master of yucca making, which we all do. I do it with my children too, and it just, the kids love it. But he does it the best out of all of us. And I just want to introduce Oscar, who is also from Oscar Ortiz from the Chumash Nation. And he said he's from the Blackbird clan, which I love knowing that. I'm also from the Bear clan, so I know we have clans within our tribe. So what are you going to do with us today? Show us all of the stuff,
Okay.
We love it.
First of all, good morning. And I also like to acknowledge the fact that we are in Tongva land. This is the land, ancestral land of the Tongva peoples. And I like to thank the ancestors for keeping this land sustainable and beautiful all these years. Oh.
Thank
so what
you.
was your question?
Well, tell us from start to beginning. I know that you've got some yucca pieces there that I didn't even realize myself, even as a yucca pounding cordage maker, that the different elevation makes a different plant. I mean, even though it's yucca, at the different elevation, it's either stronger, or tell us about those pieces you have
Okay,
there.
yes, I brought two samples. One is from my hometown in Santa Monica Mountains, and it's the shorter version of yucca whippley. It's a short one. And then I have a sample from the San Gabriel Mountains, and this one grows at 5,000 plus elevation. This one is only under 3,000. So this one gets a lot of snow, lots more water. Excellent sample. And then I brought one that has blemishes, and these are the ones that you want to avoid when you're working with yucca, either making a basket or sandals or what have you. You want to avoid the ones that have a lot of blemishes, because usually these blemishes are weak spots on the work you're going to do. And
Where do they come from? Where do those blemishes come from? They come from what?
These are related to dryness.
Oh, okay.
They lack water, some of them. So I also brought my metate, which is a flat stone, and a mano. And real quickly, I'm not going to get into it because I already processed the plant into fibers. The way it's done, the way I do it, if I have the stone, I usually just flatten this arch that each leaf has. I'm not going to break the fibers. All I'm going to do is flatten it real quickly.
And the kids, when we're bringing this to the schools, they love this part, don't they?
Yes, they do. This is the hands-on experience for children. And they really have to do a good job, because if you try too hard and you start leaving white blemishes along the leaf, every blemish it weakens the fibers. Okay, so all you want to do is flatten it, and now I can quickly access every fiber of the plant down to a single fiber. Okay, if you don't have a stone and you're in a survival situation, you can use your nails to do the same thing. It'll just take you a little longer, but you will achieve the same.
What about the tip? Can we also use the tip as the needle? I've done that before.
It is a needle, and the best needles come from the desert and the high altitude yuccas, because the needles are 2-3 times as long as my Santa Monicas that are very short needles. But yes, in essence, I could make needle at thread right now, which I'm going to just do a little bit to show you how easy it is. But in an emergency, if you need a needle, you break a strap or something, or you need fish line to go fishing, you could actually make enough fish line in about 10-15 minutes. Okay,
and he's actually twisting like in opposite directions, which is giving us the cordage look, correct?
So yes, my way is actually very simple. I twist forward with my right fingers, one set of the halves, and then what I do is I lap it over the other one and repeat the process. Each one gets twisted once, and you keep doing that, you can get pretty fast. I haven't done this in about a year. I did 3
Well, you
bracelets
still hold the
yesterday.
title as master, okay? I just want to let you know.
So right now I just made a little bit of a needle and thread.
Wow,
All
that
in
is
one.
beautiful.
So that's just a little piece. Imagine fishline, it wouldn't take you that long to do. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna make bracelets, and these are just samples that I made last night because I didn't have any samples, using Jacque and also a little bit of raffia. Raffia is something that you can buy at a craft store. Michael's or Joann's sell raffia. Be sure you buy it with a coupon on Sunday paper. You save a lot of money that way because raffia has gone up in price. So raffia looks like this. I understand it comes from a palm, from faraway islands like in Madagascar. They have this type of palm tree there, and from the palm tree they make this wonderful material that you can weave.
Now,
into different
Oscar,
things.
also, you're going to integrate it, which is a beautiful part of
Yeah.
that. But if they don't have the yucca, they can straight make cordage from the raffia.
That's right. Jacque might be a problem for some people to find because it's here in California. It's really against the law to gather the yuccas from the mountains or places like that. If you have a friend that has an empty lot where you have Jacque growing, you can harvest it. Otherwise, it's best to buy the raffia or similar plants. There is one type of Jacque that you can buy at nurseries. It has linear fibers. Think about linear fibers are fibers that are running up and down. Those are the best friends. You can turn them into rope.
And also in California, the yucca is protected. Like we have gathering, permission to do that. But you can use the garden variety, like you said, from the nursery.
So right now, what I'm going to use is some Jacque, will be the green color. And now, for added colors, we're going to add some raffia. I have one that is purple here. We're going to add a little bit of that. And I'm going to add some of this cream color raffia to the project. And to make everything very strong, we're going to add what is called artificial sinew. Artificial sinew is nothing more than a nylon covered with beeswax. In the old days, to get the same sinew, we used to go hunting deer and collect the sinew from deer or any mammal. Now, we use this material, which is a lot cheaper, and we're going to integrate it to our project. This is what's going to add strength to the project is the sinew. You want to make sure that all the fibers are more or less the same length. And now, more or less, I'm going to find the half of everything, which is about here, and now we're going to start the project. I'm going to add probably some of our traditional shells. These are olivella. You find them in tide pools. I collect them myself up in Santa Barbara. And then for the center, we're going to add an abalone shell.
Beautiful.
All right? A little traditional here.
Yes.
So hopefully it'll take me less than 20 minutes to do. So what I'm going to do is find the half, and now I'm going to start twisting forward clockwise. And what I want to do is I want to form a loop. I want to make sure this loop is nice and tight because at the end, that loop becomes the lock right there. See? Again, I'm going to twist it into a loop. Now I hold the loop with my finger, and I'm ready to start. I'm going to twist forward. Then I'm going to trap these fibers that I haven't worked yet, and then I'm going to lap it over like this. So everything is in the wrist and fingers. See? 1, 2, and 3. Twist, trap, lap it over. That's all I'm doing. And somewhere in between, I'm going to start adding some shells. Or you can add beads or rocks. Anything with a hole will do.
Now, one thing because I have to make this with 100 kids sometimes, so we tie it in a knot, the raffia, we divide it in half, and then the kids twist in opposite directions, so we get the result of the cordage, but the way that he's doing it is the traditional way that we did it for thousands and thousands of years. And it's beautiful to watch him teach this at Moompetam.
So I'm adding a shell now, the first shell. That could be a bead. If you're going, doing fish line, that would be like your spoon, something shiny to attract the fish. And at the end, you add the hook, and you got your dinner or your lunch. So I want to make sure that the bead is going all the way up.
And are you using the sinew?
The sinew to hold the bead because that's the strongest.
Yeah.
It's a nylon covered with beadwax. Okay, so now I don't change anything. I'm just going to keep twisting, but I'm going to twist hard. So what I want that little shell to actually sit nice and pretty right over the bracelet that I'm making. So everything, the tighter it is, the stronger the result. I have some bracelets that last me 10, 15 years. No problem. Something that I couldn't get with wearing silver or gold. They don't last me that long. I don't wear that stuff.
And of course, we use the cordage for our belts, as you can see at the end of his table, for all sorts of straps. I mean, this was the plant that was necessary in every village, right?
That's right. This is the plant that is the source of our traditions. It's part of our ceremonies. It's part of our food.
Yes.
And part of our music and dances. It's all tied together with Jacque.
Yeah.
Jacque is the food of all seasons. We used to actually stretch the harvest season of Jacque by more than 3 months after the harvest.
I celebrate the Jacque festival with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and they've boiled it and they've made soup from it, and then they had some left over, and I took it home, and guess what I made? Some quiche from the flour.
From the flour.
So because the flour is delicious, and so is the stock. So
the stock is sweet.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that back in the day, during the Depression, people didn't have anything to eat. But some non-Indians started looking at the Indians gathering the stock of the Jacque and then baking it in earth ovens. And the ones that learned that way, they were able to do the same thing, and therefore they didn't starve during the Depression. You see, they learned how to eat our food. And Jacque, the stock, when it's young and red, about 3 or 4 feet high, they're full of sugar. So Jacque is our carbos. That kept a lot of people
alive
and without going hungry during the Depression. Keep that in mind.
I hope you're getting a close-up so the kids and the parents can see how he's twisting and turning that. You make it look so easy.
Over. Twist, trap, over. There's other ways to hold the Jacque once you get good at, but it takes a little more experience, like on a T like this. Twist, trap, and over. You see? It's a little more work for your fingers. You get a lot of cramps that way.
But when you look at it, and he's brought one, and I have one too, these bags, these are actually, netting. It shows, for the fish or to carry the
yes, that's to carry
the gourd.
Like
but
fish.
he's exactly what he's doing there had to be done to make this bag. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Kumeyaay, the bag, or did you make that one? Oh, he's getting another shell on there.
Yeah, the part of that I wear my glasses.
I know about that.
Yeah.
We need our glasses.
That old age.
I know. But you're aging well. You're still a handsome
Thank you.
Indian man.
As a matter of fact, tomorrow's my birthday, my Earth Day.
Oh, happy
Yeah,
birthday!
Earth Day, Earth Day.
And then how young will you be?
Oh, I'll be just young, 70 years.
Oh, good.
That's it.
All right.
So this is a way of celebrating my
Your birthday. Well, happy
My
birthday.
Thank you.
I have so enjoyed,
always
you know,
do.
being at this our Moompetam celebration, and he usually can have, you know, at least 10 people in front of him teaching them, and they all walk away with a beautiful bracelet. We are running down to our last 5 minutes. What other bit of information would you like to share with our listening audience, Oscar? Well, first of all, do you still teach classes? Can they go to a website? I know that.
I don't have a website. In fact, I don't even have a cell phone.
Well, you know what? So
But,
what'll
yeah.
happen is when you go back to Aquarium of the Pacific, they're going to have a list of all of the educators and culture bearers with his number, my
Yeah,
number,
you can
and
call
so
me.
that if you would like him to do a virtual Zoom, demonstration for your class, he's available.
Mm-hmm.
So we're new at this. We're not great at this, but we're trying, right, Oscar?
Mm-hmm.
So that could turn into many strands, very long, that could then be turned into this right here. Now he's going to turn it into the bracelet, but this cordage was used to make mats because we needed the rope for the mats. Let's see, what else can we think of?
Sandals?
Sandals. We had yucca sandals. In fact, I have a yucca sandal. So let me step out for a second.
And on a Chumash basket, usually the center was yucca.
So here's this yucca sandal right here for you to hold
There
up,
you go.
and that's made out of the same. And see,
And the
it-
same twist.
yes,
same
and
idea.
this right here turns this color. So the green turns into that lovely, beautiful blondish color. You were saying songs. Do you happen to know a yucca song that you might want to share, or
A what?
a yucca song? I know you said.
Just a harvest song.
Yeah.
It'll be
Would you like to share that, or
The one that, the harvest song that I use, and most of us use, is the willow song.
Oh,
When we harvest.
that
Because
one,
it's a woman's song, it's a harvest song.
the willow song.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that melody?
Henne, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh ne. Henne, oh yeah,
Oh
oh
yeah.
yeah, oh ne, oh ne.
Ne.
Shalu,
Shalu.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
shalu,
Shalu.
oh yeah,
Oh,
henne,
yeah.
ah yeah, ah yeah, oh ne. Henne, ah yeah, ah yeah, oh ne. Henne, ah yeah, ah yeah, oh ne.
Imagine what it would be like.
Woo-hoo.
Yes, for all of our village people to be around, to have gathered the yucca, to sit around, to sing the songs, to make what was necessary to bring our lifestyle to a reality of thousands of years. Imagine that. People seem to forget that our people, the California Native Americans, were here since time immemorial, we think. Some say 10,000, 12,000 years. We were doing something that was beautiful, and it was working together. Like his gift is making yucca, and he would teach all of the boys in the village that. Sometimes the girls would do it too, but this was kind of a manly thing that was done. And we did have our separation. The women did this, the men did this. But our time is almost up.
Okay, we're almost done here too.
In my
So-
language, we
What I'm
say,
gonna do is close the bracelet now, so you
yes.
get the idea.
Do you need
I'm
a
gonna use
wrist? Do you
my
need a
deer
wrist to
bone
put
here.
it on? Because
Yes,
I got one right here.
All right, that's gonna be yours.
In my language, we say "Nokshunlove gompalo." From a deep place in my heart, we thank you. Thank you, Oscar Ortiz,
You're welcome.
for being here with us today.
All right,
You
so
are really the
we-
icing on the.
Now we're gonna use the slip knot, and that's
All
the
right.
lock. It's just a simple knot.
And there we go. And there it is.
Knot yourself. This bracelet's gonna last you a while.
All
Just
right.
don't bathe with it.
Look at I'm going like this.
And
I really
your
want
wrist.
this. Oh, Oscar.
It'll fit. It'll fit.
It'll fit.
Oh yeah.
yes.
Now I'm just gonna cut the excess. I'm glad it worked out
Alrighty.
with our
Okay.
traditional
all balot.
beads.
Yes. Now we would be hugging because he and I all of us hug. But today we're gonna give each other an elbow rub. Come on, give me your elbow. And then he does the back. We got to do the
All right.
back. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, 6 feet. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll see you back at 1:45 with Kevin Nuñez, Gabrieleño. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a break and now you're sitting down on your couch and you're saying, now what's going to go on next? Well, something very special. I want to welcome you back to the Aquarium of the Pacific's live streaming presentation of the 16th annual Moompetam, the gathering of the saltwater people. And today what we've been doing is celebrating California's indigenous people, which have included the Tongva, the Chumash, Acjachemen, Costanoan, Luiseno, and Kumeyaay. And today, Kevin Nuñez, no relation, but he's still my brother, he is from the Gabrieleño Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians. And we want to do a shout out to Chief Red Blood, Anthony Morales. We miss you. We wish that you were here. You've been with us for 15 years, but we've had to, have Kevin actually represent the tribe today. And what a beautiful representative it's you. For sure, what's so wonderful is you have your son. You've taught him everything. I remember you when you were just a little guy, and now you're dancing, and it's wonderful to see you grow up and take hold of our culture. So Kevin Nuñez, please share with us the beauty of the culture.
Thank you. Niha. None hapshavira susagna. Noni munar pesagasun mahe. My son, Kawahavavit, we were both descended from the villages of Hapshavit and Asuksa. So today we have an honor and a great opportunity to come in and share some of our culture with you. In a normal year, the tribe would come and with our chief and our tribal dancers, and we'd perform many songs and dances and tell story. This year, things are a bit different, so we knew that it was very important for us to be here because our connection with the Aquarium of the Pacific is very deep, and every year for Moompetam, it's a highlight. For me, it's the highlight of the year culturally, anything that I do with the tribe. So it's just so important for us to be here today. Our roles are a little different. My son is a dancer. However, normally for me, I present the warrior culture of our tribe and our weaponry, and I'll have them on display. And then over the course of the weekend, we'll demonstrate the use through a song, the Dance of the Wakans, our primary war club, which is the Wakan. So normally you wouldn't see me at the mic, nor would you hear me sing, but again, this is it's a great opportunity to showcase our culture and to be here and support the aquarium, and we're very excited for that. So my son, he has a paddle with him, and what he's going to do is demonstrate or share through story the voyages that our people took from the coast here, actually where we are now, over to the island of Pimu and to the other islands that are very close to it. Our people did travel up and down the coast up to 400 miles and had extensive trade with many tribes. So Mumarahiko is the name of the dance, and it translates to the breath of the ocean, and it celebrates that maritime culture, and as our chief said, that it was very rich. I mean, we had beautiful teats that were hand sewn, and they had riveted technology in them, and they used asphaltum to seal, it was mixed with pine pitch, which also we use in the weapons, and you may see some of that asphaltum here actually on my gourd rattle. So it was amazing technology. In fact, when the Spanish first encountered our canoes, they were very impressed and said they were on the level of anything that they had, and our people also had very, very fine rope that they created that they used for netting and also for fishing. So we're going to go ahead and begin this dance and share with you Mumarahiko. And this will actually be my first time ever singing it on a microphone in this way, so I'm kind of excited about that. So we thank you. Mumarahiko parahamino, Mumarahiko parahamino, paraharamino, paraharamin. Mumarahiko paraharamino, Mumarahiko parahamino, parahamino, paraharamin. Mumarahiko paraharamino, Mumarahiko haraharamino, paraharamino, paraharamin. Mumarahiko paraharamino, Mumarahiko paraharamino, paraharamino, paraharamin. Mumarahiko paraharamino, Mumarahiko paraharamino, paraharamino, paraharami. 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 Tove. Feels good.
It was so beautiful. And as I look at what your son is wearing, you made that headpiece, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay. The headpiece is I guess the best way is a social headpiece. We needed to create something that we could wear in almost any type of presentation that we did, aside from a ceremony. So we took which is like the deer fur and a shell and of the limpet, and we also took some rooster feathers. So we're talking mission period, and we combined those two eras to create this headpiece, and it gives something that's very beautiful. It stands out, and we can wear it for our social dances and cultural sharing.
Well, I think he's one of the generation, just like my kids, that grew up really seeing us, you know, alive in our culture. Because when I was growing up, I knew that we were Native American. I knew we were Juaneño. We went to the missions for all the ceremony. But it wasn't until my generation that we began to weave the baskets, that we began to make the shells, that we began to do all of that. So what is it like? How do you feel as a Tongva young boy? I think you just recently graduated, right? Am I correct, or is that your other? How does it feel? How do you feel? Give us a word or no, because I'm so proud of you. I've followed you on Facebook. Oh, he's got to get right over to the mic, so there you go. Proud, right?
Yeah, it means a lot. You know, my dad did a really great job of teaching me the cultural ways, and I graduated from high school 3 years ago now. This is actually my senior year at my university, so, you know, being able to just really grow up, you know, coming to the aquarium and showing and teaching and demonstrating the different dances that we do has been a really amazing opportunity, and really just a great opportunity just to keep our culture alive and just keep us, you know, really present, right? You know, just keep showing that we're still here, we're not going anywhere, and that we really, really want to show that our cultural ways are still very important to us.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And I'm following you, so you all those thumbs up and hugs over the virtual thing, know that I'm following you and I'm keeping my eye on you, okay? Well, we want to thank you, Kevin, for coming and taking time out of your schedule. And if we can, I'm going to pull all of you that have watched us for the day to give some of the parents an idea. If the kids are saying, oh, I liked all of that, I want to make a rattle, I want to have a clapper stick. Well, we had a few minutes that I get to kind of work with you just for a moment to show you that how simply you can make a rattle with your children. So what we do is, what you can do is you get a big or a small water bottle, and you can right here, all I did was I got strong cardboard. I pushed it, I put some beans in there, but you could put seeds or popcorn, whatever. And then I taped it up with some masking tape, and then I taped this so that they could decorate it. Now, in our tradition, only the boys and the men played the rattle, but since this isn't a traditional rattle, it can be for girls and boys. So that's one way. And also, this is a bigger one that you can make with a larger bottle. And the stick that I used in there was a paint stick. The reason why I had those is because here's a way that you can make a clapper stick. I think you're going to see a clapper stick with our next performer, but this is one of our coastal California instruments where it's made from, this is made from bamboo, but it's actually made from an elderberry branch. So you get two painting sticks and you place some cardboard in there, put a rubber band at the end, and you've got a clapper stick. So, you know, that's something that parents you can do. Remember that this is a symmetrical, the clapper stick. So whatever design you do on one side, you do on the other. And the last thing I wanted to show you is you can make some walnut dice. This is just a one to make. And we play this like a dice game. You can also, I'll send the directions through the Aquarium of the Pacific. You get clay, you put it in a bottle cap, you press it with some beads in it. You need 6 to play the game, but this is another fun little activity that you can play with your children. I hope you had fun with us today. We are going to take a little bit of break, and then 2 women from my tribe will be singing, and they are from the Tushmalum singers. That would be Adelia Sandoval. She's going to be here at 2:30. And then stay tuned for 3:15 when we honor that very special educator, Dr. Stan Rodriguez. So we thank you so much for sharing the day with us. Again, thank you, Kevin, and your son. And we'll see you at 2:30. Ama. Goodbye. Welcome back to the Aquarium of the Pacific's live streaming of our presentation of the 16th annual Moompetam, the gathering of the saltwater people. And today you have experienced celebrating the maritime cultures of the Tongva, the Chumash, Acjachemen, Costanoan, Luiseno, and the Kumeyaay. And you know, in a few minutes, I'm going to introduce such a special lady, but you're going to notice that they are holding a stick in their hand. It's an instrument. It's called the clapper stick, and I'm holding what traditionally we made it out of, an elderberry branch. We would take off the bark, we would hollow it out, and it makes a clapping sound. Now, you're going to hear her, but let me tell you just a little bit about her. Adelia is our Tietish follower who now takes her road in helping us spiritually, our Acjachemen people. And she has unearthed many songs, and we are reclaiming our language. And Adelia, we're so happy that you're here because you're like it's like the icing on the cake to have you here to sing the songs. What has been so important about us singing in our language? And I've had the privilege of singing with her. For how long have you been singing?
Since early 2000s.
Yes.
Maybe 2003, 2002 maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I won't be singing with her today, but what has really filled your heart about this whole journey?
Well, the reason why we sing songs, and you know this, Jackie, is that we're following in the footsteps of our ancestors. That's the main thing that we need to know. And then the songs tell a story, but they also create energy. And usually a song is associated with some kind of activity. It could be gathering. It could be honoring a certain time of year. And so when we sing, it's kind of rhythmic. And it's almost meant to put us in like a dream place. So that has been really a wonderful thing, to get to that dream place.
Right.
Well, so when we sing, we try to sing 6 times at least. So that's what we're going to do today.
Well, beautiful. And
Yeah.
we're just going to let the camera go to these two beautiful ladies, Mariah and Adelia. And don't fall asleep, but they're going to put you in that dream state. And you're going to love to hear the language of our ancestors, the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, a Acjachemen nation.
We're going to begin by singing a beautiful song, because right now we just have a few more days of summer. We're going to be walking into the fall. And so what do we celebrate in the fall but the harvest? So this is the harvest song. Ashe yosh Tikeyamana ekero el tit hu ho hayuna nutoi Mashayam hili wish to deed aro yaya tanayun o yai no shunna chaita Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi Ashewe yosh Tikeyamana ekero el tit hu ho hayuna nutoi Mushayam hili wish to deed aro yaya tanayun o yai no shunna chaita Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi Ashewe yosh Tikeyamana ekero el tit hu ho hayuna nutoi Mashayam hili wish to deed aro yaya tanayun o yai no shunna chaita Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi ahaya Yohowe pohi Ashewe yosh Tikeyamana ekero el tit hu ho hayuna nutoi Mashayam hili wish to deed aro yaya tanayun o yai no shunna chaita Yohoe pohi ahaya, yohoe pohi ahaya, yohoe pohi ahaya, yohoe pohi. Yohoe pohi ahaya, yohoe pohi ahaya, yohoe pohi ahaya, yohoe pohi. Ha! Oh, we just love singing that song. We had a kind of a beginning harvest ceremony earlier today, giving gratitude for all the blessings that have come. In the springtime, we do the planting stick ceremony, and so it's kind of a completion of that whole process of planting and then harvesting. So the next song we're going to sing is a song that's very old, and it comes from one of the recordings from John P. Harrington, the anthropologist and linguist, who recorded some of our earlier ancestors and when they were living. And this is one of the songs that come from Anastasia Maho. It's called Pomola Komola, and it's actually has a lot of vocables in it, which means there's no direct interpretation from Acjachemen into English, but it's talking about the gathering of the animals. So I thought it appropriate today, since this is the gathering of the salt people, that we would sing this song. Okay, here we go. Pomola, komola, epenesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha, shukatula, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Oh, pomola, komola, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Pomola, komola, epenesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha, shukatula, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Oh, pomola, komola, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Pomola, komola, epenesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha, shukatula, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Oh, pomola, komola, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Pomola, komola, epenesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha, shukatula, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Oh, pomola, komola, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Pomola, komola, epenesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha, shukatula, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Oh, pomola, komola, pomepanesha, nesha, nesha, pomepanesha. Ah! Isn't that a lovely song? Okay, so we are so happy to be here. Usually there's 8 of us, you know, and we carry on and do all this and do all that. So we're simplifying our program today, and so we're going to sing one more song for you. And this song is an ocean song. How appropriate, since we're at the Aquarium of the Pacific. And this song is a beautiful story between a dolphin and a pelican. And the dolphin is swimming in the ocean, and the pelican is flying over, and just for a moment, their eyes meet. And it's like, we don't know what they're agreeing, but there's an agreement that went on. And then we find ourselves standing at the ocean's edge. How many of you have stood on the ocean's edge and watched the little waves coming in and the little bubbles? Well, what we're doing at that moment is standing at the ocean's edge, and we are listening. Very important to listen to our grandmother ocean. Okay, we're singing the ocean
And
song.
what is this song called, Adelia?
It's Patinggal Piatalpum.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Patinggal pietal pum hohan, hohan. Champururiwun, champururiwun. Omo matki poi halonga, omo matki poi halonga. Knock my wuntum, knock my wuntum. Patinggal pietal pum hohan, hohan. Champururiwun, champururiwun. Omo matki poi halonga, omo matki poi halonga. Knock my wuntum, knock my wuntum. Patinggal pietal pum hohan, hohan. Champururiwun, champururiwun. Omo matki poi halonga, omo matki poi halonga. Knock my wuntum, knock my wuntum. Patinggal pietal pum hohan, hohan. Champururiwun, champururiwun. Omo matki poi halonga, omo matki poi halonga. Knock my wuntum, knock my wuntum. Patinggal pietal pum hohan, hohan. Champururiwun, champururiwun. Omo matki poi halonga, omo matki poi halonga. Knock my wuntum, knock my wuntum. Patinggal pietal pum hohan, hohan. Champururiwun, champururiwun. Omo matki poi halonga, omo matki poi halonga. Knock my wuntum, knock my wuntum. Ha! La, 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 la. We are so happy to be here. Happy aquarium. Happy.
I would like everyone to notice all the necklaces. You see, we look at the ocean, we see the ocean, we see all the beautiful shells. Look at the starfish that's placed on her centerpiece there, that medallion. So, and look at the pieces here. So as you can see, we adorn ourselves with mumat, all the beautiful things. Adelia, Mariah, thank you so much for coming. It's been great. And Dr. Stan Rodriguez is being honored.
I heard,
So
yes.
we're very excited about that.
That's
So
right.
don't leave yet. We still have our last 315 Heritage Award. And we want to thank again the Aquarium of the Pacific for including all of the cultures here today. But remember, your family is just as special as ours. We're celebrating you, but remember, every family is worthy to be celebrated. You're just getting a little slice of who we are. We are the people of the saltwater. So thank you.
Very good.
on back. Oh my goodness, if you have hung in there with us all day, this is the best part. This is the part here at the Aquarium of the Pacific at our 16th annual Moompetam gathering of the saltwater people, where we honor someone in our community. They are chosen from the peers. They are chosen from the community. That's the greatest honor that a Native person can have, that the people said, yes, it is him. Now, I'm not going to introduce him because I could say a million things, but there is someone special that will. And it is now time to let Dr. Peter Kariva, president and the CEO of the Aquarium of the Pacific, who will make that presentation. Dr. Peter Kariva, we're so happy that you're here with us. We're so happy that you are honoring one of our people with this great Heritage Award.
Well, thank you, Jackie, and I could tell already that I think you would do a better job than I'm going to do with your energy. But so I'm new to the Aquarium, the new president and CEO, and I want to thank all of you who are joining us today for this Native American festival. Jackie already said it. It's the 16th annual Moompetam Festival, and it's where we celebrate the coastal Native American cultures. And I'm going to take a little detour here. They always give me notes, and I never follow them. But the detour is, California, we're a coastal state. Native Americans have been the best stewards of the coast for Western North America for centuries and millennia. Much better job than we did. There were large communities because of the resources and the food. In the Northwest, where I come from, they've learned that the Native American communities had elaborate clam farms, terraced. They would terrace the intertidal, have clam farms, had bigger clams than we have, and they're estimated that they're much more productive than our best aquaculture facilities. So I think we have something to learn from them. That was 3,500 years ago. Okay, getting back to the award at hand. So each year we honor somebody who's singled out for their outstanding community service. We call it a Heritage Award. And this year, it's my honor to present the Heritage Award to Dr. Stanley Rodriguez. Now, Dr. Rodriguez is from the Santa Ysabel band of the Lipai Nation. He's part of the Kumeyaay people, which is naturally from what we call San Diego now. He's had many jobs and many titles, tribal councilman, now at the Kumeyaay Community College. He served 9 years in the Navy, veteran of Desert Storm, and I'm told you're a renowned singer and storyteller. But we're not honoring him for these titles. We're honoring him for what he does. He teaches indigenous communities about their culture, their history, and he works to revitalize the language so it's not lost. In my profession, I'm a conservation biologist, we worry about the extinction of species, and probably many of you heard about the extinction crisis. We have an Endangered Species Act to protect species. Well, indigenous languages are going extinct at a much higher rate than species are on the planet, and they don't have any Endangered Species Act to protect them. So the work that Dr. Rodriguez does fills a real need, and the diversity represented in these languages should never be lost. Now, Dr. Rodriguez teaches and mentors students of all ages, teaches at community college. He's an adjunct faculty at Cal State University. He'll go into the K through 12 schools. And this is not the first award Dr. Rodriguez has received. He's gotten Distinguished Educator Awards. He got the Cesar Chavez Social Justice Award. And he's been, I'm told, a repeat participant in these Moompetam festivals where he's done storytelling and built the traditional Thule reed boats. He got his PhD thesis, and his thesis was entitled Kumeyaay, Language Lost and Revitalization. Now, I have to say, I admire you, Dr. Rodriguez, because I got a PhD thesis too, and it just sits on a shelf and it didn't do anything. and for taking your research and your thesis and connecting it to your life work and making a difference is something special. So on behalf of the aquarium, I want to thank you for everything you do. And I'm going to hold this award for you. I'm not going to hold it. I'll pick it up, but I'm going to have this award for you while you say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, Peña Mati Pecham. Stamos Nachuhinya, Macopai Wisconsin. Pele Heleqatuum, we Huyupi, Moompetam. Moya, Wichao, Humaya, Huyupi, Kanab. I want to thank first the staff here at the Aquarium of the Pacific for allowing this to happen, for being stewards of this. And also I would like to thank the various nations who come here to participate in the Moompetam. The Acjachemen, the Tatavium, the Tongva, the Chumash, all the different groups. We have come as the Kumeyaay group. And the beauty of this has been we share. We share our knowledge. We share the things that we learn from each other. And we find out so many similarities. And thank you, Doctor, for sharing about the clam mounds, because it talks about the terraforming, the farming that we've done in the past. I am from the Santa Isabel Band of the Ipai Nation. I'm a northern Kumeyaay. And our nation, the Kumeyaay Nation, sits on both sides of the international border. Half of our nation is in Baja California, Mexico. Es porque yo puedo hablar español también. And my wife is Kumeyaay from Baja. And to talk about our relationship with the ocean, her family was one of the last families who would make the spring pilgrimage to the ocean to gather salt, mussels, clams, other things here. And she's right here with us, along with my youngest son, Huacuahan. But to say what the partnership that has happened with the aquarium and the various peoples coming here together is an incredible thing, because it helps us to revitalize, to revive our maritime culture. And as you notice right now, I'm wearing this mask. We're all wearing masks here. Never thought something like this would happen. But things change. And it reminds me of the change that happens to all of us. To give you a brief history of the Kumeyaay and our maritime culture, we have villages that are under the Pacific Ocean. We talk about when those islands, we could walk to those islands. That is a footprint of how long we've been here. We say from time immemorial. This is our holy land. This is all of our holy land. And it's something that we respect. And when we do these things, when we make these things, we honor our elders. And when we teach others, knowledge without teaching is not really knowledge. So this is one of the things that we're doing. So let me tell you a quick story. When we talk about the pandemic and all these things, first of all, I wanted to say my great-grandmother would talk about the 1918 pandemic that hit. And it went around the earth twice. Many people got sick. Many people died. And they talked about what they did to stay alive. They used our traditional medicines. And each and every one of you, you know your own traditional medicines. Use it. Use it along with what we have to keep us well, to keep us safe. And now I want to tell you a story. It goes with a song cycle. And I think it matches or it reflects what is going on with all of us. That there was this person who was used to the way things were, and somehow things changed. And they had to go on a journey. They had to leave where they were. How many of you have ever been to a place that you are comfortable with, and now you got to go? It can be heartbreaking. But they knew they had to continue going because there was something waiting for them at the other side. It was a story about a people that were going down a path. And they came to a fork in the road. And they couldn't decide what to do. Some said, kasurk, wam kasurk. Others said, awik kasurk, awik wam. Some said, let's go to the left. Others said, let's go to the right. They didn't know what to do. They said if they made a mistake, we could all die. So the people were just struggling with that. And then one person said, well, let's go and ask the Kumeyaay, the Indian doctor, the medicine man, for assistance. So they all agreed. So the medicine man came up and had a sha'ara, a staff. And the medicine man said, I'm going to pray over this. And I will let it go. And whichever way it falls, that's which way we will go. So all the people agreed on that. So the Indian doctor said his prayer. And then let go of the sha'ara, the staff. And it started to go to the left. Then it started to go to the right. Then it started to go back. Then moving. Finally it fell forward. There was no path there. There was nothing there. And they said, this is the way that we must go. So in the end, they made a new path. They followed a new way. And that teaches us about us, that many times we see things one way or another. We may not even be aware that there are other ways for us to go. As we continue with this pandemic will end. But what have we learned for each other? What have we learned to pass on? So I just wanted to share. And this song I'm going to sing talks about a person that left their home and they're continuing going. They're scared. They're crying, but they know they have to keep going. Wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram. Yo wahumenya he na kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, na kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram. Yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he na kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, na kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, yo wahumenya he matenya kwa koram, ha 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 ha. Emaya ha mepsho, achan kanam. Ma wampunya onya yuhan, wampunya onya kwahan, wampunya onya achan. Ni without spirnya, echa, ma'at, matau. May the Creator watch over all of you in everything you do as you continue on this incredible journey that is called life. May you walk your path in a correct path, a true path, and a good path. Until we see each other again. My family. Yechan. Yechan. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Congratulations to Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you for sharing your story. You know, Hollywood likes to brag it out about its storytelling. I can't hold a candle to you. And you know, this time of, we live in a time of science and technology. Stories is what change people, and stories is what guide us. So that was wonderful. And I also like to give special thanks to Jacque Nunez, the MC of this festival, for being here all these hours. And thanks to all the participants and viewers at home. Go to our website and learn something about the indigenous coastal cultures. We have a lot to learn from them, given what we're doing to our coast. And I also have to say, go to our website, get your tickets, and come and visit the aquarium. You know, we've learned to live with COVID and still take joy, and you'll see the kids here, and it's very safe. And next weekend, we'll be celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month with the Baja Splash Festival. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.